Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000 foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Right. Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
I love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
In today's competitive market, standing out is essential. 5-Star BDM, led by visionary Grant McGaw, offers the key to unlocking your brand's true potential. With innovative strategies and a passion for empowering businesses, 5-Star BDM is transforming personal branding and business development, moving brands from merely competing to dominating. At 5-Star BDM, we revolutionize personal branding by crafting authentic identities that enhance visibility and influence. Our brave blueprint drives measurable results, ensuring a return on investment through tailored strategies. By integrating artificial intelligence and advanced methodologies, we provide your business with a competitive edge in the digital age. Grant McGaw brings over 20 years of leadership experience with Fortune 500 companies. Named a top 10 global thought leader in personal branding, Grant's achievements include the 2024 Best Personal Brand Development Podcast for Follow the Brand. His philosophy, integrity doesn't have a price tag, is the foundation of 5-Star BDM. Partnering with 5-Star BDM means embarking on a transformative journey. We begin with discovery, analyzing your brand's DNA. Using the Brave Blueprint, we develop a strategy tailored to your goals. Our support continues through implementation, training, and ensuring long-term success with AI-driven insights and real-time adjustments. Our impact is evident. A healthcare tech firm experienced a 300% boost in brand recognition and 75% sales growth in 6 months. Entrepreneurs report increased customer retention and new revenue streams. Diverse companies like Black Business Expo USA and Acaba World Network have become industry leaders through our guidance. Join the movement and elevate your brand. Welcome to Follow the Brand, where we turn leaders into legends. I'm Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM. Today, we're not just talking about executive presence, we're going to transform yours. Executive presence isn't about power, it's about trust. And here's the good news. You can build it at any level. Let's dive into how you can command any room you enter. Dr. Kimberly Long, CEO of California Nurse Leaders, shared a profound insight. The moment you try to prove your power is the moment you lose it. Executive presence is about building trust and authority without force. It's about creating an environment where people lean in to listen. You can achieve this by being authentic and consistent in your communication and actions. Consider Dr. Long during a hospital merger. She lowered her voice instead of raising it, and the room leaned in. Similarly, Sarah Chen, a project manager, used this technique in meetings. Within 3 months, her team began to emulate her style. Denzel Ross, now president of IU Health South Central, built his presence by identifying communication gaps and lifting others up. These examples show how presence spreads through subtle yet powerful actions. Your action step. In your next 3 meetings, try speaking 10% slower and 20% quieter. Watch what happens. For team leads, start delegating key responsibilities. Managers should use meetings as learning labs. Directors build cross-functional bridges. The key shift? Stop being the answer person. Start being the question person. This approach fosters growth and empowers others. Patrick Green, CEO of UF Health Jacksonville, uses a communication matrix to simplify complex ideas. His 3-step formula: start with impact, follow with insight, end with action. For example, instead of saying, "We need to upgrade our systems," he says, "We can save 50 lives this year by investing in this technology. Here's how." This clarity builds influence and trust. 3 common mistakes: reactivity, over-explaining, and imposter syndrome. When challenged, take a slow sip of water to respond thoughtfully. Instead of defending every detail, offer a headline first. Dr. Long still gets nervous before board meetings but prepares thoroughly. Remember, nervousness is energy. Executive presence isn't a destination, it's a practice. Start where you are, use what you have, and build from there.
When you deliver on your promise and you have the result you were looking for, and everybody in the room is like, wow, this is what we're talking about.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement, the Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Welcome to
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough. And my business was always in the red, and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my, you know, my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, you know, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, you know, having now without her help. You're going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, you know, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood, I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information, and I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, you know, CMET was there for myself, and, you know, anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try.
Good day,
to
business owners,
just
entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, and I'm your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business.
And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am the founder and business growth consultant with Huertas e Decus, which is a practice that works with small businesses and not-for-profits to grow their revenues and their profitability. I'm your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. And the Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our first speaker for this session is Mr. Alex Phillips. Alexander Phillips is a financial service professional, wealth strategist, and business consultant with New York Life Securities and New York Life. A U.S. Navy veteran, Alex specializes in investment management, retirement planning, life insurance, and business succession strategies, helping individuals, families, and business owners build long-term financial security. As an education coordinator for BNI, the Chamber Ambassador and Black Brand Ambassador of Norfolk, he's deeply engaged in the Hampton Roads business community and guided by his motto, turning uncertainty into security. Alex empowers clients with clarity, confidence, and strategic financial solutions. Please help me welcome to the program, Mr. Alex Phillips. Good day. How are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
I cannot complain. Things are going well, and even if they weren't, nobody would care but me, right?
Exactly.
Well, before we get in, I understand we're going to do a fireside chat, but before we get into all the questions, et cetera, on details, If you would give folks a little more detail about your background in terms of what is it as a service that you provide specifically in the areas or categories of financial planning, financial wealth, and then how did you get involved in this industry, in this segment? Is it something you always wanted to do? Something that kind of happened along the way? Give us your origin story.
So I'm originally from upstate New York. That's like kind of going way back. I went to college for math and physics. I originally wanted to be an engineer. And what happened is that I interviewed over 150 times almost, where I was looking at engineering positions. I didn't get those positions due to the degrees that I had. I had a math and physics degree, not an engineering degree. So I decided to, do the most logical thing, join the Navy to get the experience that they said I lacked. And I was a reactor operator in there. Once I got out, I was looking for a career. I did find a career where I was a power plant operator in Virginia, where during that time I was there, I left my resume online, where I was approached by a life insurance agent, and they were saying, "Hey, you can do this part time, and then you can turn it full time if you decide to." I got my license through there, but I didn't do anything with it at that time. I kind of just got the license and I let it sit. What happened a couple months after is that I had my brother-in-law pass away. I never had the conversation with him. However, he was a father of 5, had where the youngest one wasn't born yet. His wife was 2 months pregnant at the time. And it was an eye-opening experience to see firsthand what that type of thing happens into a family. Especially with his level of success. He was a surgeon who had specialized in heart and nerve surgery. So he was pretty well off. However, his job only covered 1 year of his income. So you're talking about, to a child who wasn't born yet, that 1 year of income has to be enough to provide for that family, right? And I don't know if some people might be able to make it work. However, it's not enough. And it opened my eyes to saying, hey, there's not many people in this field that look like me and you, right? There's not enough education that was provided to me while I was in the military, but also outside of the military. So I decided to take up this mantle and learn this so I can become an educator in this community.
Good. So kind of the personal tragedy is what kind of inspired you to get involved in this aspect of financial services?
Exactly.
All right. So given that, how has that, because that's a pretty life-changing experience, obviously for your sister, her family, your brother-in-law, his family, but also for someone that close to it. Tell me how that kind of has shaped your approach in how you work with clients.
So when it comes to this field, there's a lot of trust that has to be had between the client and the advisor, myself. When it comes, the history of this field is that not every advisor has the client's best interests at hand, especially when it comes to life insurance agents or even financial advisors at that. So when it comes to me working with them, I am very client focused. I'm saying, hey, what are the goals you have? What is the things that you're concerned about? What's your biggest fear? What is the things that really centralize around your personal experience and around your association with money? And then as well as what is the concerns that you have overall, right? And then it's my job to tailor the solution to those concerns, because there might be 2 families, same exact income, same amount of kids, same ages. However, their approaches should be completely different and completely personalized to them. So that's the way I lead with my clients first in their best interest.
Okay. Now, I know within financial planning, financial services, there can be all levels of certifications required or not necessary. Talk about for you and what you're trying to do with folks. What are the certifications that you had to go through? Is it Life and Health, Series 6, Series 7? Talk a little bit about some of the certifications that you need to do, that you need to have to work with folks in the way that you want to work with them.
So some of the certifications I currently have, I have my life health and annuities license. I have my Series 6, my Series 7, Series 63. I'm currently studying for my Series 67 as well. I have my first designation, my FSCP, which is Financial Service Certified Professional. All these certifications really don't mean much to the general public. However, I'm a licensed stockbroker where if you're getting your information or investment advice off of TikTok or Instagram or anything like along those social medias, most of those people aren't licensed to talk about investments with people. Since I have those licenses, I can't go onto social media and I can't go on to TikTok or Instagram and, hey, this is how you should be investing. Like that's a no-no from FINRA and the SEC. So when it comes down to it, I'm licensed to talk about investments as well as set up mutual funds and certain account types due to my licensing. The one license I'm looking to get is my Series 65 that allows me to charge for time, essentially. So instead of me sitting down for free with people and giving all the information, I can charge per hourly rate or per case rate about setting up a financial plan, comprehensive financial plan. And then I'm also working towards my certified financial planner and my chartered financial consultant.
Okay. Let's get 2 questions around people working with you or with a financial advisor, financial planner. First and foremost, I guess, what are the factors if somebody wants to work with someone like you, a financial planner, to kind of get their finances in order and on track for their long-term goals? What are some of the key considerations, the key factors that they should be looking at, thinking about in selecting a financial advisor, a financial planner, to make sure that they're going to get the best information for where they want to go?
So that's a great question. So the ways that you should go about selecting your financial advisor is, one, looking at how they charge, right? How are they charging you? How are they getting paid? Because when it comes down to it, if you're investing, somebody's getting paid somehow. Even if you're setting up your own account, somebody's getting paid. Understand that structure. So some financial advisors do a fee-based plan where it's, hey, you pay me this fee, you pay me $1,000, $500, $250, and I set this plan up for you. Depending on how complicated your plan is, the more expensive it'll be. If you have, 3 companies, 4 houses, a couple cars, and you have a bunch of kids that you have a complex estate problem, that's going to cost more. If you have one business, one child, it's going to be less, right? It's going to be a lot easier for that. Or even if you just have a W-2 job. Also understand the types of services and the companies that they're working with. Not all insurance companies are created equal. Not all investment companies are created equal. So really understand what companies that they're looking at, what they work with, as well as their investment mentality and the way that they work with their clients. At the end of the day, most of financial advisors, there's no real difference outside of designations, licensing, and the companies that they're working with. So understanding that portion of that advisor would be the best.
All right. Well, to that point, what's the biggest misconception, misunderstanding that most people have about financial advisors or financial planners that you see and experience in your working with folks, each and every day?
My observation of that is that people assume that you need to have a lot of money to talk to financial advisors or financial planners. You can sit down with one at any point and make sure that you actually have a semblance of a plan. Because most times the first meeting with financial advisors, financial planners is free. They don't usually charge for the first meeting because we don't know if we can help you right away. However, maybe you do need help, maybe you don't need help, right? I have turned away clients saying like, hey, you're perfectly fine where you're at. Like, if you want to work with me, perfect. This is the things that we can do to improve it. However, you're in a great position. I have also had those other meetings where I'm like, hey, I can help you, but I don't think you can afford to work with me just yet. But here are some things that you can do to get to the point where I can help you, right? So that's the biggest misconception, is that at any point you can talk to a financial service professional, financial advisor, financial professional, to make sure that you actually have some semblance of a plan.
Okay. Now, you work with both businesses and individuals, correct?
Correct.
So talk a little bit about the differences. Obviously, both will need financial planning. Both will need income and tax planning. Talk about what the nuances or differences are, though, between what you would be doing or discussing with a business and a business owner versus that same business owner on their individual financial planning plan.
So when it comes to the actual business side of the business owner, there are different concerns in that plan, right? So concerns that a lot of business owners don't even think about is, hey, what happens if I lose my secondhand person, right? Or if I have a partner in the business, what happens to my business? There's a shocking statistic: about 70% of businesses fail if a partner dies. So if it's 50% ownership, even if it's like there's a triarchy where there's 3 business owners and they all are active in the business and they all have very specific things, most of the times when one of those business owners dies, the business is going to shut down because that person performed a certain thing inside that business. So we're also talking about recruiting, retaining, and rewarding their current employees. So setting up plans to, one, be able to recruit the top talent, but retain that top talent, because the biggest concerns employers have, or business owners have, are losing your talent that you currently have, recruiting the top talent, and then also the talent that you've created inside your company becoming your biggest competition, right? Just replicating what you did. So I create plans to, one, capture, retain, and reward employees so that they stay loyal to the business and the business owner, as well as setting up plans that are contingents for if the worst were to happen between a business owner or key employee, and then also setting up for retirement, right? The way that a retirement happens inside of a single business owner or a serial entrepreneur is completely different to somebody who is in a career like an engineer, doctor, or any other, like, state employee or anything like that. So from the individual side, I'm looking more at the family side. So what happens, worst case scenario, to the family? How do we take care of the family? What are some tax strategies that we can also help to create multiple incomes in retirement that are taxable and tax-free at the same time? How do you make sure we don't run out of money? So there's a lot of different strategies that way that we can take, but those are just the different considerations I'm looking at when it comes between a business owner and even on their individual side, because I've had the business owner clients I have now, their business plan is completely separate from their personal plan. There's some overlapping redundancies in the plan. However, they're completely separate, because he doesn't want just to depend on the business for his personal side, and vice versa, the personal side to the business.
Now, when you're working with an individual who has a business, so they're a business owner, obviously then, on the individual side with a family, et cetera, which do you recommend that they work on first? And I know that we're going to do both at some point, but do you recommend that they typically take care of their individual personal side first, or the business side first? Or does it make a difference?
It does. To me, it makes a difference. However, I ask them, the question I lead with is, what's more important to you? Do you care more about your wife, kids, and your family, or you care more about your business? And 9 times out of 10, they choose their family first. So again,
you better ask that one in private because they could get in trouble with the answer, right?
Yeah, exactly. I don't either way. I'm very confidential, so I'm like, I won't tell your wife or I won't tell your husband. But I'll just I'll just kind of leave it. I'll leave it up to a joke. I'm like, I can't say anything to your wife or husband, so this is completely confidential. But usually 9 times 10, it's usually the individual family side first, because if anything happens to that person, they want to take care, or the whole reason that they're even in business is to provide a better life for their family, right? So why not take care of the reason that they got into the business first anyways, to make sure that they're set up versus a business.
Okay. Let's talk maybe in some very specific areas. Talk about in terms of business planning. What's the biggest risk that financial risk? Sorry, what's the biggest financial risk that most business owners should look at, but either overlook or minimize?
The thing that's most important to them, which is one, their ability to produce income and their employees. A lot of businesses, they start up, they hire people, but one, they don't look at the risks to themselves. What happens if they can no longer work anymore? What's their contingent plan, right? Do they have an income stream coming in from somewhere? Do they have, a disability policy? And then also taking care of their employees. A lot of people minimize their employees where, one, they don't pay them their fair wage, or they're not incentivizing them with benefits to remain there or stay there, right? That's where I find a lot of the financial exposure to it, as well as, having operational agreements that are not funded, and not having key employees covered if something were to happen to them, either disability wise or through if the worst came to happen and they passed away.
Okay. Now you mentioned, well, I guess you alluded to earlier talking about key man insurance when you were talking about the risk of a partner dying, et cetera. But you just mentioned also about other key employees. Are there other insurance product services that will protect the business owner besides key man insurance or key person insurance in those kind of situations or scenarios? Or what are all the things that they should be looking at in terms of products or services in that area?
So usually when it comes down to that area, if there's workers' comp claim that really is more for the employee or that person that becomes injured. But outside of that, there's no real individual products that are going to protect them from a loss of an employee or a loss of a partner. It's really hard to, like, operational agreements are like the legal side of that when it comes to a business partner. But again, all it does is just saying, hey, if we have the agreement here for us to buy out your portion, so I'm not ending up with either a spouse or a child as my business partner that has a 51% stake in the company or 50% or 49%, where they have like a voting share where they can decide what the future of it. That's really the problem that could happen with that.
Okay.
I think I answered your question. Did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. So let's go on to the kind of the tax side of things, because everybody, I don't care whether you're an individual or a business, everybody's trying to figure out, how do I reduce my taxes? I don't want to pay as much taxes, blah, 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 blah. And there's a couple of workshops that I do where I make sure I include that in, because I know that's the sexy piece that everybody wants to hear. So I'm sure you get a lot of questions and a lot of inquiries about, how do I reduce my taxes? How do I cut that down? Both on the individual side and on the business side. So talk from the business perspective first. What are some of the best or easiest, simplest, most impactful tax strategies to implement, for a business?
So when it comes to a business, they have a plethora of ways of reducing their taxes. One, opening up retirement accounts where, depending if it's a solopreneur or the high earner or high income, they can set up a SEP IRA, which is basically a small employer pension plan where they're creating their own pension plan for their business, where they can contribute up to $69,000 into that account in a year. Obviously, it's only 25% cap that they can put into of their income. But that's a huge way of reducing their taxable income. Setting up 401ks, IRAs, or simple IRAs. Those are the best ways to reduce a large amount of income, as well as those contributions for employees. Those are also tax deductions. Setting up employer paid benefits. Those are all tax deductible, as well as it gives a benefit to that business owner themselves. Looking at other insurance products, long-term care products, those are also tax deductible. Health insurance, tax deductible to the business, as well as looking at other types of accounts that you can set up on the personal side. But business side, there's a lot of different ways of setting up benefits for your employees as well for themselves to reduce their tax liability, and retirement accounts that they can add in the max that they can, up to 3% for those 401ks, IRAs. But it's going to create a tax deductible for that business.
So you mentioned SEP IRAs, and when folks start hearing about IRAs and Roth IRAs, et cetera, pre-tax, post-tax, sometimes their eyes start to. So talk about the difference between a deduction, a deferral, and a diversion, and how that works to the benefit of the business or the individual.
Okay, so I'll start with deductions. So deductions, deductions are where you are reducing your tax liability, usually through deferrals. So IRAs, traditional IRAs, I'll talk about in the traditional accounts first. So traditional accounts, say you have an income of $90,000 and you contribute $5,000 to a traditional IRA or a traditional 401k or traditional account. What that does is it lowers your tax liability for that year from $90,000 to $85,000. That $5,000 is going to an account where the taxes are deferred on the gain, where it's going to be taxed once you take it out as ordinary income. For Roth accounts are, hey, I'm paying taxes on this $90,000 fully, but I'm taking that same $5,000 of that money and putting into a Roth account, where that Roth account is going to grow tax-free. And then once you take out that money inside that account, it's completely tax-free again. You are not paying taxes on that ever again, as long as you follow the rules of that account, mostly 59.5 disability or death that it transfers over to somebody else. As well as when it comes to the credits between accounts, some of the products I just mentioned, they offer credits to the taxpayer, where, hey, if I have this plan set up, I get a incentive depending on the state or whatever's going on in the federal tax code, because the tax code are supposed to stay stable, but it's been changing recently, and it might change again coming up here in this next year or so. So whatever the tax code is written for is kind of incentivizing business owners to do what the government wants them to do. So understanding the tax code of that, where that's going to be in hand with myself or somebody similar to myself in a CPA, making sure that we're doing what's best for tax season and taxes of just the tax planning of the business or that individual.
Okay. Talk about the concept of succession planning for business. So explain to folks out there who aren't as familiar with it what it is, but then also talk about why it's important that they start thinking about and implementing those solutions now versus at the time of.
Okay, so business succession planning, or succession planning in general, is the planning of passing on or the sale of an asset to another person, right? A lot of time, this can either be a family member, a business partner, or even not a child, but maybe somebody, an employee inside the business, right? Why this is important is because there's really only 4 ways for things to happen. Either you sell it, you gift it, so that's kind of like 1 column or 2 columns right there, and then also, is it for a profit or is it for a loss, right? So essentially, the way it happens, if you're gifting gifting a business or an asset to somebody, depending on the amount of assets that you're gifting, it might incur estate taxes, which you get taxed at 50% of that asset to that person. So that person will receive a 50% tax on that asset, receiving half of what they should have. As well as if you sell it for too much, right, then you have to pay capital gains taxes on that, depending on how your business is structured. So what happens is, and why it's important, is that depending on which way you're doing this, if you're passing it down to a child, gifting is probably one of the biggest ways that most people do it. It's like, I'm going to give this to you, or you're going to buy me out incrementally, where I'll have an income for this until you buy me out. That's a lot of planning that I have done, where a child is buying a business from a parent and paying for the retirement, but from income from the business, which is the most preferred way of passing that on. When it comes to the bad side, the negative side, if there is an unexpected, like, hey, nobody wants to buy this business from me, what happens? A liquidation sale happens. So now, instead of, maybe getting, I don't even know how to say this, but maybe if the business is valued at $100,000, you're going to get, $25,000. You're going to get a quarter for every dollar that you've put of the valuation of the business. The buyer's going to be really happy about that, but you're not going to be really happy about that as a business owner, because a lot of that sale has been part of your retirement, and this asset now has become not as valuable. So we just want to make sure that when it comes to the succession planning, that there is a plan in place, as well as contingent planning. Just like how I mentioned earlier, you don't want to end up with a spouse or a child that knows nothing about this business that you and your business partner were working with this whole time and building together. So that's also part of that business succession planning, where encompassing all of the contingent plans and making sure that everything's taken care of. Every scenario, or most scenarios, are taken care of. We can't plan for everything.
So we're running out of time, but I'm going to try and do 3 rapid fire questions with
Okay.
you here. So I guess the first question is, you got involved in this industry and segment. You talked about the inspiration for that being around a family tragedy that you were close to. Talk about, what impact you hope to make in your financial advisement of folks. What legacy, long-term impact do you hope to leave for your clients, and maybe even broadly for the industry as a whole?
Oh, so just a real quick fact is that of certified financial planners, less than 2% are African American. If you have Hispanics in there, less than 5% are Hispanic or African American. So what I look to do is become a influential figure in my community, where I inspire children who look like us to get more involved in the financial field, so that there's more financial education inside of our communities that will help bridge and break the wealth gap that we're currently in.
Okay, cool. Now the reverse, maybe the reverse of that is, if you could give just one piece of financial advice to all the folks who are out there listening right now, and that they would follow it, what would that piece of advice be? Yeah, I'll leave it at that. What would that piece of advice be?
Review your financial position plan at least once a year. Like, as it should be at a regular interval, but at least once a year, you should sit down, look at what your retirement accounts are, your spending is, your spending habits. You should do at least really once a quarter, but at least once a year, review what you have going on and the goals that you have.
Okay. And then adjust accordingly based on what you see during that review.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Last question, because I'm sure folks' heads are swimming out there with all the information you're providing. Some are saying, that's too complicated. I'll never understand all that stuff, and wanting to throw up their hands. How can people reach out to you to be able to get more information, more insight, more understanding around financial planning and some things that they can do to make sure that their life is set up properly and that their family, if they have a family, is set up as well?
Okay. Well, there's multiple ways you can connect with me. You can connect with me via just calling me, 757-404-4990. My email is ajphillips@ft, so foxshottango.newyorklife.com. Or you can connect with me on LinkedIn, where my name is Alex Phillips, FSCP.
Okay. All right. And I would advise folks, again, these are important topics and subjects and matters for us to master. And if you don't have the insight, the ability, the confidence of doing it on your own, then having a professional to help you with that is key and instrumental. Even if you do feel confident, getting a second opinion or getting some other strategies, some things that I know that I've worked with my clients on based on what I've come to know and understand, that they're pretty savvy, but they still come up with some inputs from me, even just on the business side, that here's some things that you could do tax wise, setting up your business here, blah blah blah. So please reach out to folks like Alex, get some more information, just what things you could be doing. I'm sure he has a ton of tools that you can use in your tracking and planning process. So make sure you take advantage of that. Go to his LinkedIn page, give him a call. He gave you all that information. So hopefully your phone and your accounts will be, just flooded, Alex, with, people reaching out to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. And I want to thank you for coming on to the program and sharing your information and insight. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. And for those folks out there, remember that the Black Business Expo is an opportunity for us to provide scholarships. So the Black Business Expo mission specifically is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students, so you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. You can also use the Cash App, and the account information should be rolling across the screen. But if not, the account is $BBX USA. Again, on Cash App, it's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to at least 10 students. And so if you're a student, you can register online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please, we're reminding you, donate to the scholarship fund. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our sponsors to the Black Business Expo USA. Those sponsors include NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, the Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE, and then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
My day. My name is Cordelia Gaffar.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. The diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA. a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand an experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I'm the founder and president of Huertas e Decus, which is a business growth consulting practice. I'm also your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker coming up next in this session is Miss Deona Lindsay Lewis. And Miss Lewis is a brand strategist, designer, writer, and the fearless owner of Brand Smash Studio. She's dedicated to making Black sheep creators unemployable through world building and bold sales tactics. With 15 plus years in branding and marketing, she's helped businesses craft high converting campaigns that drive 5-6-figure results. A dynamic speaker, a workshop leader, Miss Lindsay Lewis is on a mission to smash boring branding for good, inspiring others to embrace their originality and create brands that captivate, that connect, and that sell effortlessly. So I present to you, please help me welcome Deona Lindsay Lewis.
Hello, thank you so much for having me.
Well, thank you for being here, and I'm looking forward to hearing, all about your strategies and approaches. Again, it's just an interesting background in terms of really taking what sounds to be unique approaches, to your marketing, to your messaging, and working with businesses. So I'm going to get out of your way. Let you, because I understand you're doing a presentation, correct?
Yes, correct.
So I'm going to get out of your way, let you, because I know the folks are going to be really interested in hearing what you have to say. And I'm going to give you as much time as I can to make that happen. So genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Alrighty, let's talk about cookies. I want you to imagine for just a second, it's a Saturday afternoon and you're craving something sweet. You grab a bag of Chips Ahoy from the grocery shelf, you toss it in your cart along with the rest of your groceries, barely giving it a second thought. Later at home, you open the bag, grab a handful of cookies, and mindlessly eat them while scrolling on your phone. Now think about that for just a second. What did that experience really feel like? It was a cookie, it was sweet, it was fine. But let's be honest, it wasn't exactly memorable. You consumed it, but it didn't change you. You won't remember that bag of cookies a week from now, and you certainly won't be telling anyone about it. Even more so, Chips Ahoy isn't remarkable enough to even make you want to give up Oreos or Auntie Annie's chocolate chip or even Subway's white chocolate macadamia for that matter. But now let's talk about last crumb. Imagine you're lucky enough to get your hands on that legendary cookie box. It comes to you, well, about 5 feet wide, right? Delivered in the most beautiful package. You smell it in just a few seconds. These are the kind of cookies that sell out in minutes. So when you receive the package, it feels more like a work of art than a delivery. You carefully open the box, unveiling perfectly arranged, individually wrapped cookies, all set upon 3 shelves within the box. Each of them has a name that sounds more like a guilty pleasure than a snack. You take out a cookie, it's called the floor is lava. The packaging alone is pure luxury, and the smell is intoxicating. You bite into it, and it's not just good. You're not even sure at this point you've even tasted a cookie before. This is what we call an experience. After all, the decadence is so delicious, it even has its own VIN number. This is the kind of indulgence you savor. You pause, you close your eyes, and you let yourself be fully in the moment. Maybe you even take a photo because this isn't just a cookie, it's a statement. Later, you tell your friends about it. You describe the flavors, the packaging, the experience of tasting it. That, that is the difference between a brand and a world. When you buy Chips Ahoy, you're buying a product. But when you buy a Last Crumb, you're stepping into a world, an exclusive, luxurious world where every detail from the packaging to the flavor and their suggestion of even having a cookie tasting with at least 3 of your friends is part of the experience. And that's what world building is all about. It's not about just selling a product. It's about creating a world that people want to belong to. So today, we're going to explore how you can build a world around your brand, how you can move from just selling what you make and instead creating something so powerful, so immersive that people don't just buy from you, they join you. So, what I want you to take away from this is don't just build a brand, build a world. Brands inspire desire, worlds inspire obsession. So let's dive deeper into that. Again, branding is important, don't get me wrong. A strong brand gives you identity, consistency, and recognition. It's the foundation that gets you noticed. But here's the thing, consumers today are smarter and they have higher expectations than ever before. When you think about your last purchase, what we think about what we expect to get from anything we buy, and especially with the price tag. Like I saved the part of the story where I did not tell you that a box of 12 Last Crumb cookies after tax will be about $178. Now, the typical person would say for $178, those cookies better bake themselves, walk to me, and serve me, right? Our expectations of value have gotten much higher. And consumers being smarter, being more aware of how we choose to market to them. We all know when we're reading an ad or whenever we've just fallen into someone's funnel. As a matter of fact, it has been determined now in 2025 that the average consumer doesn't believe 80% of the ads that they see. So the days of just good enough branding, they're over. People don't just want to buy, they want to belong. So let's talk about why world building is the key to creating brands that don't just sell, but truly immerse people into a deeper experience. Traditionally, world building is something we associate with novels or movies. Think about the worlds of Harry Potter, Star Wars, or Marvel. You don't just watch these stories, you live in them. You become a part of them. If anyone has ever seen a Star Wars convention, people dress as their favorite characters, they want to feel like they're a part of that world, if only for a moment, right? So world building is about creating that experience that pulls you into a different reality. It's what makes people feel like they're stepping into a universe where they're not just a spectator, but a participant. And that's the magic right there. How do we take our customers on a journey from spectator to participant? So we can apply this same tactic to our brands. Just like great novels make readers feel like they've entered into another world, a great brand makes consumers feel like they're a part of something much bigger than just a product. And that's where the magic lies. So let's talk about for a second, because you might be thinking, well, what is branding? What is world building? Now, my favorite definition of branding is to create irrational desire. But on its surface, branding is just about creating perception. It's changing the way we think about a product or whatever, or a service or a person, right? It's trying to shape our perception of that person, place, or thing. So it can be your logo, it can be your colors, but it's also your messaging and your tone of voice. It's the promise that you make to your customers. Think about Starbucks, that iconic green logo and the consistent coffee shop aesthetic. It's immediately recognizable and it creates that feeling of familiarity. So, branding, it creates desire. It's the thing that makes people think, I want that. I want to wear that. I want to be associated with that. But in a world where every company has access to beautiful logos, colors, and branding experts, branding alone now is the bare minimum. Branding gets people in the door, but it doesn't keep them there. That's where world building comes in. World building is about creating belonging, a deeper emotional connection. It makes customers feel like they've stepped into a new reality, one where they want to permanently set up residence. Think about Harry Potter. People don't just read the books or just watch the movies. They become part of the wizarding world. They wear the scarves. They sort themselves into houses and they connect with the culture. It makes people say, this isn't just a brand, it's part of who I am. Now, let's translate that to a few other brands. Last Crumb, they don't just sell cookies. To my point earlier, no one in their right mind is going to pay $178 for a dozen cookies if cookies was really what was being sold, right? Instead, they invite you into a world of luxury, indulgence, and exclusivity. They let you know these cookies, they aren't for everyone, and they own that. Nike doesn't just sell shoes. They make you feel like an athlete with a just do it mindset. Lululemon, they don't just sell activewear. They create a culture of wellness where people feel part of a mindful tribe. So when you apply world building to branding, you create something that people, again, feel a part of. It turns a product into an experience. It turns customers into participants, into members of a cult-like community. So world building goes beyond features and benefits, tapping into the deeper emotions, values, and belonging, right? Disney, they're a company that makes movies, but they are also the architects of magic, wonder, and childhood dreams. They're the stuff that childhood dreams are made of. They built a world so rich that people of all ages feel connected to it. So let's go back for a second to our cookie example. You buy Chips Ahoy, what you're getting is branding. You know what to expect: blue packaging, chocolate chip cookies, a predictable taste. It's consistent, it's reliable, and it gets the job done. But when you buy Last Crumb, you're stepping into a world. You're entering into exclusivity and indulgence. You're not just buying a cookie, you're buying that experience. As a matter of fact, they make sure that the cookies are fresh, that no matter where you live, you receive them within 2 days from them leaving the oven to them arriving at your doorstep. So the key difference between the two is desire versus obsession. Branding inspires desire. It makes people want to have what you have. And world building inspires obsession. It makes people feel like they can't live without it because it becomes a part of their identity. Desire leads to transactions. Obsession leads to natives, people who feel like they belong in the world that you've created. So, as a reminder, today, just the way that the climate has changed, branding is the minimum requirement. Customers want more than just a logo, consistent color scheme, and well-crafted messaging. They want to feel connected and they want to belong to something bigger than themselves. So as we explore this idea of world building together, I want you to keep this question in mind. How can you build a world so compelling, so immersive that your customers don't just buy from you, they join you? So now I want you to think of yourself as a black sheep world builder. And we're going to break this down together, step by step. Consider the brand that you have now, and let's talk about how to expand that. If suddenly you were the owner of your own planet somewhere in the universe, and the name of that planet is the name of your business, how do we start to make people feel like they belong? How do we turn people from just consumers to participants? So we're going to start with kind of talking about the building blocks of world building, and then we're going to get into the strategy of how you can apply this yourself. So now that we understand why building a world creates obsession, and yes, we want obsession, we're thinking like world builders. Let's break down those building blocks of what makes for a powerful world and how to get some of that magic yourself. So at the heart of every world you've ever fallen in love with, you'll find three core elements. The first is storytelling. We've all heard about how your brain needs to tell stories and you got to tell great, compelling stories, and that's wonderful advice. Yet no one tells you how. And no one gives you good examples of what that looks like. You hear storytelling and you think, oh, I just need to tell my founder story. And then once you create your founder story, all of the marketing gurus will tell you about 6 other type of stories you also should be telling for social media, for your website. But ultimately, at the heart of it, storytelling in the world of world building simply means, and I'm saying simply, it's a little more complicated than that, but it means your mythology, right? Every world has mythology. This is the foundation that gives your world depth and meaning. This is what I call gravity. It's what makes your world believable. And again, consumers are smarter. We can sense when something feels inauthentic or when something is contrived or just well crafted, right? The second element of world building is loyalty. Loyalty is the glue that makes people feel like they're part of something bigger than themselves. And what loyalty looks like in action is when you are paying for something, I want you to think about something you love so much that you're unwilling to part with it. I don't know what that is for you, but let's say for me, it's my iPhone. And I know all of you wonderful Android lovers and Apple haters out there will hate me for saying that, but let's just say my iPhone. When you're loyal to a product, a service, or a person, it doesn't matter if someone comes along and offers you something that's cheaper. Like I believe Google came out with a phone for a while. There was the Google phone. Who's trading in their iPhone for the Google phone because the service is cheaper? Not I, right? Not millions of other users either. That's loyalty. Loyalty is when you love something so much that even when a cheaper option comes out, you're like, no thanks. Or even something that seems more convenient than what you're currently using, you're like, I'm good. That's loyalty. So how do we get that? And the key to loyalty is belonging, identity. A lot of people don't realize that when you're selling a product, what you're really selling is an identity. Product or service, you're selling an identity. The way that I love to illustrate this best is Rolex. Who in the world spends that much money on a watch because they need to tell the time? You can tell the time on your phone. You can tell the time from a dollar store watch. The people who buy Rolex buy it for the identity. It's for the status. It's for what it says about them to be someone who can afford a Rolex. I don't care if you're selling toilet paper or high-end watches. People buy an identity, not the product. So if you haven't thought about what identity you're selling related to your product or service, and if people even want the identity that you're selling, then that's a missed opportunity to really inspire loyalty. And then lastly, it's culture. And we'll dive into each of these components in just a second. But lastly, The third building block of world building is advocacy. It's advocacy. That is the engine that turns your customers into evangelists who spread the world, who spread the word and grow your world. A common mistake here with advocacy is a lot of times when we think about the evangelists who spread the word, we think about only our external customers. But you'd be surprised to know that the most important customer that you have are your internal customers. They are your employees. When you have employees or team members who believe so deeply in the mission and your ethos, these are the people who become your champions. And they go out and they create more champions for you. If they do not believe in what it is you're trying to sell, or when you're being inauthentic and you try to use a tactic, let's say that works for another company, and just blindly, that's a good idea. Let me apply that to my company. Case in point, we all know that Chick-fil-A is really known for my pleasure, right? But how many of us have gone through a drive-through at McDonald's and you make your order and that person is like, my pleasure, please turn around, please come around to the window, right? The delivery isn't the same. Why? Because that strategy isn't built into the culture of McDonald's, it's built into the culture of Chick-fil-A. And when Chick-fil-A workers say, my pleasure, you believe them. And when you receive that experience from the employees because they believe it, they make you believers too. So when it comes to advocacy, that's all about the rituals that you create and the community that you build. To make this framework just a little more easy to remember, I like to call this the ARC framework, A-R-C, because just like every story, it has an arc. And world building is deeply rooted in storytelling. So here's the ARC framework. We'll start with A, anchored in mythology, also known as creating gravity. Again, this is the foundation that draws your people in and keeps them there. And while we're thinking about storytelling, every story has two key elements. There's a hero and there's the villain. You need both because Harry Potter without Voldemort is a boring story, right? So the hero, a lot of us might make the mistake of thinking that the hero of our story is ourselves. And that is absolutely wrong. The hero of your story when you're building a world are your natives. These are the people who want to come live in your world. And these are not just your standard target market avatars. These are the people who want to belong in your world. These are the people who get it, who get what you're trying to do. They're the ones who are naturally drawn to your values, your vibe, and your vision without you having to work so hard or dance for their attention. And then you need the villain. The villain are those are what I like to call your non-believers. Every story needs non-believers. And if you are building a world and you're strategic about your non-believers, then you create a movement. And I'm going to give you the perfect example of what I mean by this. Although you won't truly feel the pain unless you too are an iPhone user. But for every iPhone user who's ever been in a group chat and that green bubble pops up and just destroys the whole chat, everyone's mad. Everyone's like, who came into this chat with a green bubble? Blue bubbles only, right? The non-believers in the Apple world are your Androids, right? They are your PCs. So when you're thinking about building your world, who are your non-believers? Give them a name. Give them ways for your people to see when they've infiltrated your world. Like you don't belong here. How can you strategically build that in to your world? That's what creates like that cult-like belonging and loyalty and community, right? And a lot of times we skip this step. We don't even want to think about the people who are non-believers because we just want everyone to belong. But a really good world is fiercely for your natives, a group of people, and fiercely wrong for the non-believers. So that is the A in ARC, anchored in mythology, right? And diving deeper into mythology, it starts with your natives, your non-believers, and then it's going to go into your creation story. Why does your world need to exist in the first place? Why does it need to exist in the first place? You must tell that story. You must explain the setting, what's going on in the world, and why does your brand exist to solve that problem? What is the lore? What are the legends, your symbols, or principles and values that guide your world? What do you stand for? And what lines will you never cross? So that's your mythology. And it is what gives your world depth and meaning. It's what turns people into believers. It is what gives you gravity. And it is much more than a mission statement that's written on your website. Okay, so the R in ARC stands for rituals. And rituals are our beliefs in action. That's what brings your beliefs to life. They're the repeated actions, behaviors, and moments that make your world feel real. Think back to Last Crumb. It's the unboxing ritual, the luxury packaging, the idea of cookie tasting with friends as a ritual. It's not just about eating the cookie, it's about turning an everyday moment into an indulgent experience that you want to put on repeat. So when you're thinking about how to create rituals in your own world, think about the daily actions. What small repeated actions can your customers take that align with your brand's values? Are there celebration moments? How do your customers celebrate wins or milestones in your world? And think exclusive experiences. What makes being part of your world feel special and different from anything else? So again, rituals are the everyday actions we take that take the beliefs, the mythology, and turn it into action. It's what makes your world feel alive. And finally, we have the C in ARC, which stands for culture. Culture is what makes people feel like they truly belong in your world. It's about creating a shared language, symbols, and cues that make your community feel like insiders. And so, what you need in order to create culture is insider language. Um, the technical term for this is creating a lexicon. The simple version of this is you need words that you own. So, what are some words or phrases that make people feel like they're part of the tribe? Think Nike's Just Do It. Or if I were to say, I'd like to order an iced grande skinny decaf latte. We all know whose language that is. How can you create insider language for your brand or your world? Next, you want to think about belonging cues. What visual or symbolic cues make your world recognizable? Think of Harley Davidson's leather jackets or Apple's sleek minimalist design, and even the huge, ridiculously huge box from Last Crumb. If you haven't seen it, please Google it once you leave me today. And then lastly, and probably the most important, is community. How do you create a space where your advocates are so obsessed with your success that they create it themselves? The key here is that your customers want to feel like participants. And we create this by shifting from talking to listening. This is the idea that I call, and we're probably all familiar with the term, but co-creation. How do you let their ideas shape the future of your world, from product design to naming and beyond? You are a beverage company. There's a community Maybe you allow your community members to suggest new flavors, new names. Mountain Dew is famous for this, actually, and it's why I don't understand why, but it is why Mountain Dew is the most purchased soda from gas stations around the world. It's all of the different flavors they introduce, and those flavors are influenced by their audience, right? So it's what we call a fan driven economy. And you do that through creating community. If you want to take a look at community done really well, the greatest example I think on the planet is Portland Leather. They are by far the greatest example of community because they're a brand who was selling just high quality leather goods, purses, luggage, things like that. But their community built itself. And now they are trading bags, limited edition bags that are no longer there. They're painting bags to make them individualized and sharing their creations online. This community became a thing that took off without them, and then they had to catch up and figure out how to become a part of the conversation. How do you inspire that with your own brand? Remember, culture isn't just about creating a vibe. It's about making people feel like they found their people. So, as a recap to bring it all together, ARC, anchored in mythology, your rituals, and your culture in order to inspire loyalty, storytelling, and advocacy. So now that we've broken down those building blocks of world building, your mythology, your rituals, and your culture, I want you to leave with one final thought. Don't just build a brand, build a world so compelling, so immersive that people don't just want to buy from you, they want to belong to you. Imagine a world where your customers become your natives, your rituals become their habits, and your culture becomes their identity. Because here's the truth, brands may fade, but worlds last. If you can create a world so powerful that people feel that they're stepping into a universe where they're not just spectators, but participants, where they feel they found a place where they truly belong, then you've done more than create a business. You've created a movement. Now, please go out there and build a world so magnetic, people can't help but get pulled into the gravity.
Outstanding. So very powerful, impactful words, insight, information. I'm sure folks have just kind of exploding in their minds with thoughts and things that they might be able to do. But how can folks get in contact with you if they want to explore more, ask you more in-depth questions, understand how to impact or implement that within their own business? What's the best way for them to reach you?
Absolutely. Please visit my website, brandsmashstudio.com, and you'll be able to connect with me there.
All right. Well, we appreciate you being on and sharing some of your knowledge and wisdom. Again, we encourage folks to reach out to see what they can find out from you about how they can implement it within their own experiences, their own business situations and scenarios. And look forward to having you back on the program again, talking about other aspects of things that people can do specifically to be able to, smash their world, smash or create their world, smash their, their brand, etc. So,
yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And as
Absolutely.
we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side. For those who are out there watching, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So the Expo is a fundraiser for students. So if you can donate, would like to donate, we hope you'll donate. Go to the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use Cash App That's with the account scrolling across the bottom of the screen, $BBX USA. Again, a Cash App, that's account $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to at least 10 students. And students, you can go register for the scholarships online at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So please, please go donate to the fund. Also want to thank our sponsors for the Black Business Expo for this month. Those are NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I travel back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S.-African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistant. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby. I am the owner and founder of Uertise Decus, which stands for Excellence and Distinction, and is a business growth practice that helps business owners, small and large, double their profits in less than 12 months. I am also your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all over, from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our next presenter this session is Miss Melanie Perry. She's a certified financial planner with over 2 decades of experience dedicated to helping individuals create sustainable wealth through informed financial decisions. She founded Zillionaire Enterprises to promote financial literacy, particularly among women and children, making complex concepts easy to understand. She's recognized by national organizations like the NAACP. Melanie empowers women entrepreneurs with effective strategies. She is the author of 2 influential books, all about the Benjamins and Jonathan in Geneva, focusing on wealth building principles. Her mission is to inspire others to overcome financial challenges and to transform their lives, proving that everyone has the potential to build wealth and make a positive impact on society. Without further ado, please help me welcome Melanie Perry.
Well, as always, it is a delight to be here. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Sidney. I hope to inform, empower, and motivate people to continue to expand to their next level.
Well, I know you will. I've heard you speak before. I know all the wonderful things that you have to talk about, to say, to impart in terms of information about financial planning, financial literacy, wealth building, etc. So we're going to do a fireside chat. So without further ado, let's jump into it, because I know folks will not only benefit from what you're having to say, but it'll start to trigger their minds to think about other things that they should be doing. And that's the important piece of this. So first things first, talk a little bit about your backstory, your origin story. You know, how did you first get involved with financial planning, and what inspired you to, you know, kind of be in this industry or this segment?
Well, my background is in quantitative economics, and I would say even back into high school, you know, I had an entrepreneurial spirit. So being in the world of business and finance has been of interest. And knowing that this is like the latter stage of us as Black people, people of color, to regain our power, you know, if you will. that it's imperative to understand this wealth game so that we can do just that. So that's been kind of how I got into it, and I'm helping others expand.
Now, you mentioned, no, actually, I guess I mentioned when I was introducing you that you really focus a lot on women, not solely, but a lot on women and children. What about those segments really kind of captures your attention and makes you so passionate about that?
Well, women are the foundation and the crux of society. You know, it is an African professor, I believe, that expressed that when you educate a woman, you educate a world. When you educate a man, you educate an individual. So, with that being the case, it's important for women to understand this money game and not be intimidated by it. When you look at our societies historically, they were matriarchal, and matriarchal societies created that equilibrium and balance that we don't quite see, you know, today in patriarchal societies. And so to bring forth the harmony, the yin yang between the importance of the man and the importance of the woman, and create harmony between the two, will create a much more, I keep saying it, harmonious society. Because it's important to have both counterparts. And when you muffle either one, you're not creating harmony. God created both man and woman. So you can't just shut a man up. You can't shut a woman up. We both have equal contributions and value to add.
Super. Okay. Now you use the term zillionaire, and
Yes.
I often will talk to my clients about $1 billion zillion dollars. So I love the spin on the zillion to the zillion. Talk about what inspired that name, and talk a little bit about your mission with that organization.
Well, zillionaire came about kind of backwards, if you will. I had been in the industry at that time for a good 10, 12 years, and this was around the crash of 2008 that took place. And I was just filled with so many people's stories of their wealth journey, and the highs and the lows, the ups and the downs, and the triumphs and the challenges. And what was common is the fact that we were kind of limited by our perception of what wealth was. And we didn't really understand, because I mostly dealt with people of color, people that look like me and you. And what we rejected was accumulating the desire to accumulate a lot of wealth. And what we didn't realize is that we're born wealthy. And so it was kind of like a tug and pull between the notion of, well, I'm not fully aware that I know that I'm born wealthy, and the wealth that I see out in the world is not something that I connect with or align with, given our historical participation in the enslavement of our people, being that part of someone else's wealth journey. So it was just a tug and pull that I began to see. And as I began to understand wealth beyond just its monetary aspect, but understand wealth as something that's holistic, because you can have all the money in the world, but if you don't have your health, you don't have your mental sanity, it's all going to medical bills, right? So it's like, so what, you got all the money if you're not able to enjoy it? And so as I began to understand wealth from a spiritual standpoint, and understand that we are, born wealthy, then the notion, truth be, I can't remember exactly how zeal came about, but God sent it to me. And becoming a zillionaire full of vigor and vitality and tenaciousness to want to contribute and add value was the common theme that I see, in us historically and presently. And so how do we begin to monetize that in this capitalistic world where we're able to maintain our integrity, we're able to maintain our values and not compromise those, being a part of this capitalistic system. So, it's like capitalism in and of itself is not evil and maniacal. Any of these isms, are not evil and maniacal. It's the person behind it, right? So if I choose to use capitalism or communism or whatever the ism is, and I use it in the way that it's to bring added value and to disperse and to use my wealth to help others, and then in exchange for that, I get a service or a product or monetary benefit. That's how wealth and how to align with the spiritual aspect, how wealth is to be used. So zeal came from that.
Interesting. Good. So when we talk about financial planning, when we talk about wealth building, most people tend to have a belief that, well, that's not me. I can't do that. That's not for me. So talk a little bit about maybe what's a simple first step that someone can take to start them on the long road journey to wealth building, but with a initial first step that's that they can understand, apply, and be a building block for the next big thing.
Well, interesting enough, Sydney, what I had originally planned to talk about today, I wasn't aware I was doing a fireside chat. But what I originally planned to talk about was time. Because time is a commodity that we cannot, get back, right? And so when we look at the season, that we're in, time is precious. And when we're using our time at the most optimal level, then in a certain way, we can get some time back. But it's a matter of using our days in a very productive way. So a few things that I encourage people to do is to time block. So being very clear, we all have 24 hours in a day, and somehow some people are able to do more in 24 hours than somebody else under the same circumstances. So how is it they're able to do more and you're not? Well, some of it's about focus. Some of it's about setting your days up, your weeks up in a way where you have some clear, concentrated time to focus and get stuff done. We're in such a society of distraction. The phone will beep and you got to check the message, the email, the social media, all that kind of stuff. If you have children, mommy this, daddy that, you can be all over the place, right? So it's a matter of what are the things that I can do in my day, in my week, that's going to set me up for success? Well, one thing that I encourage people to do, especially entrepreneurs and business owners, is to take a moment to just do a data dump of all the things that they need to get done that week. Just get it all out so you're not all over the place. You write that all down, and then you want to prioritize that. And then what I do is I categorize it. So I have a couple of businesses. I have a full service financial planning practice. So I'll write down everything I need to do this week for that. Then, of course, I have Zillionaire Enterprises, and I'll write down everything I need to do there. And then personally, what are some personal things that I need to get done or on a regular basis need to complete? And often in that space is meal prep. So what meal prepping does in terms of saving time and money is to list out, take an inventory of all the food that you have, and then decide, okay, so what meals am I going to prepare from that, right? And so then what meals you're going to prepare. I like to just do 2 as one pot meals, make it simple and quick for myself. And then from there, you're going to list what ingredients that you need to get so that you're not duplicating. If you're going to get spaghetti and you didn't recognize that you already had 3 cans of spaghetti sauce, you don't need to go to the store and get a 4th, right? So you take inventory of that. Then when you go grocery shopping, then that's kind of like, work. And what I typically do is I go grocery shopping on one day and then I eat out. And then the following day is when I do all of the cooking, because it's work to have to go and get the food and purchase it, especially if you're going to a couple of places. And then you cook the following day, which could take a few hours if you're preparing for the whole week. But here's the thing. It saves you time because now all you do is just go in the refrigerator, microwave your plate or warm it up, in the stove, and then it's done. You're saving time because you didn't have to prep and cook meals. And if you're like, oh, it's been a long day, I don't even feel like it, let me zip on over here to the fast food place. You're not eating unhealthy carbs, adding
Right.
to the love handles, right? So
Right.
you're in a more healthy mentally you're able to improve your mental focus and your physical health by simply meal prepping. So going back to what I said before, it's time. So setting ourselves up for success by really focusing on, I have the same amount of time that anybody else has. So how am I going to maximize that?
Right.
And then that also keeps you out from shopping because you've created a level of organization. So one of the critical components, beginning stages, is to understand where's your money coming from and where is it going, right? So
Mm-hmm.
as a part of a regular practice in the beginning stages, once you've gotten clarity of your time, is to take inventory and take an assessment, I should say, of where are you spending your money? Is it going in the directions that's going to add value to you? You know, we're in a season where we're being very, very, very intentional with our dollars. And so are we circulating our wealth with companies and organizations that align with our values, that are on the same trajectory as to where we're going with our ecological, consciousness? Are they toxic materials that they're using? I mean, we really have to be very purposeful with every single dollar that we spend because we're voting with our dollars, actually.
Well, I think what I'm hearing you say is around, the first step, simple steps, are really about um, documenting where you are, both with time and your spending, so that then you can analyze what's going on today. Let's assess what's going on today. So documenting how you're spending your time, documenting how you're spending your money, so that you can analyze and understand that. And then you can start making some decisions from there. But if you don't start there, then it's going to be hard to make decisions going forward. And if you start there, some things may all of a sudden start revealing themselves to you. Did I get that straight?
Absolutely, right on the nose.
All right. So for those folks who are out there, if you don't know where to start in terms of building your wealth, Ms. Perry just told you. First, start by documenting how you're spending your time and how and where you're spending your money. And one of the things, and I don't know how you feel about this, one of the things I always tell folks on their personal financials, but also in terms of cash management or cash flow management on their business, document it, track it every day. And on their personal, I tell them down to the pennies. On the cash flow, management and tracking on the business, okay, track it down to the dollar. But what that does is starts helping you to see, oh, yes, I spent this much on a soda, this much on this much on that on a personal level. And you can start, identifying when you're spending, where you're spending, why you spend. And once you start looking at that, it's like, oh, I start spending every time I get bad news. I start spending
Very
to make myself feel, or whatever. So it's
Very
those kinds of
true.
things. Great.
And tracking in and of itself, no matter what it is, whether it's tracking your eating, whether it's tracking how your exercise or your glucose level, or tracking is going to provide you with clarity of the various actions that you're taking or not taking so that you can make improvements upon it. So one of the things that I challenge people to do, particularly with spending, because that's the funnest part of the financial planning experience, right? Is to track your spending. So just do it for 7 days and at best a month. But if you just hunker down and every time you spend money, like you said, down to the penny, even if you go to the $1.25 store, we can't say 99-cent store, but
You're right, no longer.
right? And you got a Twix bar or something, document that. Because as you indicated, you're going to begin to realize, oh, when I'm in the store, I always get a little more than what's on the list. What's this all about?
Right.
Why am I doing that? Oh, it was on sale. Did you really need to get that?
Right.
So it's fundamental, and no matter where you are on your wealth journey, you could be making $2 or $2 million. You need to be able to know where is it going, and is it efficient?
Yeah. I did that when I first got out of grad school. I did that, and I actually found a book in a thrift store that was a money tracking book by day, by week, blah blah blah, et cetera, et cetera. And I did it every day, literally everything I spent on anything, anywhere, et cetera. And then would summarize it, into the week, into the month, what was going on. And again, the things that revealed themselves to me was like, oh my Lord, I didn't realize. And I was very thrifty. So, spending or saving was not a problem for me. But even with that, I found things that's like, wow, I didn't realize that, this is when I did spend, and this is what I spent on, and this is why it's like you start really understanding your behaviors. And even though I had pretty good behaviors, it's interesting to know and learn, so that when you want to make a change, how and why you need to make that change, where you can make that change, what you're going to have to overcome, et cetera. So it's the same.
Absolutely.
It's the same with the money piece. It's the same. So it's a great piece of insight and advice you're giving to folks. So hopefully they're listening and putting that into play.
And something else to add to that is behavioral finance. So the concept of saving money, investing money is not mind-boggling, right? I mean, we all know that we need to do that to get ahead. But what I have recognized that I do is emotional finance. So understanding why is it we haven't saved as much or as consistently, or where we haven't begun to really invest, or we're a little timid in starting that business. So understanding that part, and then beginning to break down, okay, so it's because I don't have enough saved, or it's because it's an unknown, or it's because I'm the first generation, or okay, so now once we can identify that, then we don't have to be timid about being mindful of our spending, being purposeful and conscientious about setting up the proper system so that you have a clear, purposeful account for every dollar that you are saving, versus just one bucket that is just kind of a free-for-all. But we're very intentional about where we're putting our money and why, because we now have broken down that barrier that was preventing us from being consistent in the first place. And it's about 80% of what I do is behavioral finance, and 20% is a practical application. Can you believe that?
No, I mean, yes, I can believe it, and no, that doesn't surprise me. So again, great insight. Now, you wrote the book All About the Benjamins as a way for people to understand wealth building in very simple, concrete principles, concepts. Talk about maybe the one principle that you speak about in the book that you think is the most powerful, most impactful lesson that folks can learn from it and should implement.
Well, I wrote the book again around the Great Recession of 2008. And like I mentioned, I had been full of so many people's stories, trials, and triumphs. And, it was time for me to express money from a cultural and spiritual standpoint. Because again, it's not that we don't know we should invest. We don't know, these things, but we were not, as a whole, at that particular time. We're becoming more familiar with it now, but we weren't really clear of the reality that we're already born wealthy. God gave every single last human on this planet a unique talent, a unique skill, a unique gift. And so considering that in a capitalistic environment, how are we able to monetize that with integrity to add value so that we can do the things that we want to do, help our family, enjoy, products and services, travel, whatever that is. But also for many of us, we want to be in a position to leave a legacy. And that tug and pull between wanting to make a whole lot of money and then what we see, the folks that we see who make a lot of money and not really being in alignment with that. So the purpose of the book is to understand that you define your wealth. Other people don't define what's wealthy for you. So it could be a big house on the hill, and that's your definition of success and wealth and accomplishment. For other people, it could be living in an apartment, but you've got a multi-million-dollar business that's contributing and adding value because the product that you're producing is ecologically sound and doesn't harm nature and it doesn't harm humans because you're using non-toxic, products, and you're content and comfortable living in an apartment doing that. So you don't have to allow other people to determine your definition of success, but understanding that you were born wealthy, you define your wealth, and money and spirituality do not have to be mutually exclusive. I think that's the most critical component of the book that I wrote.
Interesting. You alluded to earlier, kind of subtly, about the impact of culture, whether it be in race, ethnicity, or in gender, impacting some of the paradigms we have about wealth building and about kind of financial planning, financial literacy, et cetera. Talk about from a cultural perspective, for our culture, for women, since that's an area you focus on quite intensely as well. Some of the biggest mistakes you see that people make that hold them back or make it harder for them in wealth building, and how can they avoid them?
Well, I think the major thing is not knowing our economic history. So we could go back to, I may not pronounce his name right, but Masamusu, who was the wealthiest man to date. When
including
consider
more wealthy than Elon Musk, including.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of people more wealthier than him, but that's another story. But yes, exactly, right? So understanding our economic history, and given the fact that Black History Month is every month, I will talk about A.G. Gatson. I recently was refreshed of his story of how he and his wife were at an AME conference in 1951. And this was again during Jim Crow, the beginning of civil rights, the crux of the civil rights movement. And he learned that the Baptist Convention wanted to host their convention in Birmingham, Alabama in the next couple of years. So he was talking with his wife like, hey, if they come to Birmingham, they're not going to have a place to stay because, the situation with us back then, while having a volume of people in the city, hotels and motels were not open to us. So he decided to do some research about hotels, and he looked at the Holiday Inn as an example and went to work and started constructing. Oh, sneeze was coming through. And began to build a hotel, and he was able to do that within 3 years. So by the time the Baptist Convention came about, his doors were open and ready to receive the folks, the Baptist Convention, people that attended the Baptist Convention. So what I like about that particular story is that an idea came to his mind based upon a need that he became aware of, right? Mm-hmm. And acted on it. He consulted, had a conversation with his wife, his partner, so you bounce ideas with your partner. They move forward, and they just move forward, right? This is during Jim Crow. And I like to share this because we're kind of in a similar situation now where we might think that all situations are here against us. We have so many walls and hurdles we have to overcome. And, so many things might be looking as though it's falling apart. But when you focus on when you focus on the action steps that you need to complete, don't necessarily dismiss the hurdles you have to overcome, but you don't focus on that. You focus on the solution to it. And in the midst of Jim Crow, he was able to build the first motel in Birmingham, Alabama, and did that under 4 years. And I say 4 years intentionally. So we can do it. We can go back to Harriet Tubman, Biddy Mason. I mean, there's so many wonderful examples of us succeeding despite our present circumstances. And so I tell people all the time, never let your present circumstances dictate your future outcome. We have far too many examples. We can even go back to Queen Amabina. Ooh, I know I'm not pronouncing her name right, but she was the queen over Nubia. Ooh, Lord. I got to get my vocabulary right with our African history, but it's there, and y'all can look it up.
There you go.
I want to say it's Nubia, but anyway, she knocked out the British Empire. She held Rome and another European empire. She held them back for years under her rule. So I mean, there's many multitude of stories going far back of how we strategized and we won against the odds.
Yeah.
So we can't forget that. It's in our blood. It's in our DNA.
I do.
And I forget the question you asked me.
Well, it was about the mistakes that maybe are made within our culture, either
it's forgetting who we are. That's the biggest thing I'd say, forgetting who we are.
That's great. I do a workshop that's called Black Business Pioneers that changed the world, but that we never knew. And I mentioned Mansa Musa in there just because, again, being the richest man or person in the history of the world. But there are so many others. But one of the things I talk about, you were just alluding to, is that there are these four fundamental qualities about Black culture, Black history that come through that make us successful. One is that focus on excellence, in all the things that we do. The determination, the things that we have to overcome just to, be able to, achieve, etc. There's the creativity that, things that we kind of come to mind, and the ideas that we have, and how we put it to use for human good. But the other is the resourcefulness, because we've often been kind of withheld, etc. That there's, this built-in, culturally ingrained focus on being resourceful, making a way out of no way, kind of the phrase, right. And so to your point, we often forget that in our personal daily lives. It says, look, I can because we always do, we always can, etc. So I like that analogy that you're making there. It resonates with me. We're running out of time, so I want to get a couple quick ones in here. Talk about, from a business perspective, what's the what's a key strategy, change, habit that folks should be putting in place for their business financials for success?
Oh, I think a major component, it goes back to the fundamentals. No matter what stage you're at in your business, journey, is focusing on those fundamentals. I recently have been working with a woman who owns a significant amount of real estate. She's in her mid-70s, and she didn't have these basic fundamentals down. She's successful in all of that. And so just in the same way that we talked about with your personal finances, is getting clarity of where money is going and where money is coming from and where it's going. And then when the money comes to you, have clarity of where you want to put it as a backup and a reserve. You want to do the exact same thing with your business. You want to have clarity of the multiple streams of income that you're receiving. Also, the tax implications of that, because you want to be diversified tax-wise, right? From active income to passive income and portfolio income. Being clear about that. And then, are you being efficient with the resources, the revenue that's coming through? Well, they're all the time in business. There's a need to refresh and reevaluate. Are your employees actually working at their optimal level? Could you perhaps change some tasks and some duties where another employee could be more efficient in this area and that area, so you get the most productivity and therefore the greatest profitability out of that employee? And then as you streamline and clean up your expenses, then do you have a reserve account? Do you have an operational account? Do you have an account where you have money set aside for future projects, whether that's to buy a building, whether that's to scale up, whether that's to create a retreat, for your employees or for your clientele? Have you compartmentalized your buckets? Do you even have savings, for your business, right? So being very clear, intentional, and purposeful, again, with every dollar that comes in and stays in.
Well, we've run out of time. I appreciate you being here and sharing your thoughts, insights, etc. And I know folks out there got a lot out of it as well. But how can they reach you, or what's the best way for them to reach you if they want to dig deeper into what they should be doing or could be doing, in terms of their wealth building, or if they want to work with you on building their wealth?
Yes, so I'm all over social media, from TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. You can reach me at my name, Melanie Perry, on Facebook, or at Zillionaire, which is ZEALLIONAIRE. On any of those platforms, I am accessible.
All right. Well, I appreciate you being on again. It was great talking to you, and great hearing more insights about wealth building and ways that we can do it in very simple steps. So until the next time, remember, genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. So as we continue to say, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or for K through 12 entrepreneurs. So it is a fundraiser for students, and you can donate by going to the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Again, that's www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. You can also use the Cash App with the account $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. So if you're a student, you can also register for the scholarships at that same website, www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so please donate to the fund. Also like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month that include NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, the Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Continue watching for more programming. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource, I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone, doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Being a Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Sidney Wormsby, owner and founder of Huertas Decus, which is Latin for excellence and distinction. I'm also your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, from London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, to inspire, and to educate businesses about business. Our final speaker for this session is Ms. Anita Lumpkin. She's an owner and CEO of RS Settlement Services, LLC, bringing over 20 years of corporate and startup experience to the real estate industry. She's also a Sigma certified leader, specializing in customer experience, operational efficiency, and strategic problem solving, working with Fortune 500 companies to drive success. Holding title producer licenses in Virginia, North Carolina, Delaware, and Georgia. Ms. Lumpkin is actively pursuing a career as a real estate lawyer, passionate about personal branding and networking. She believes self-awareness is the foundation for building authentic connections that create lasting impact. So I present to you Ms. Anita Lumpkin.
Good afternoon, Sydney. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I cannot complain. It's a wonderful morning.
You've got quite a few diverse certifications, capabilities, going from Six Sigma, which typically is thought more in the manufacturing space, to a title producer on the real estate side, now a real estate lawyer. You're just a woman of all trades, capabilities, circumstances, etc. So it's going to be a great conversation. I understand we're doing a fireside chat. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. So it's going to be a great conversation. So talk a little bit about kind of your origin story. Where did you start? What got you interested in both, kind of the Six Sigma world, and how did you transition from Six Sigma into real estate?
Okay, well, my background has been in corporate America mostly. I transitioned into real estate around 2019. My mother is a broker, so I was kind of raised in the industry. So it was a natural transition. I got my Six Sigma background doing account management. I would manage the whole East Coast for Cintas. And for that, I had about 75 facilities underneath me. And then I had about 120 teams underneath that. So it was on a big scale, like you would mention, for manufacturing, where you would have to set up the different supply chain and how you operated to make sure everything was compliant and on schedule, because it was a routine type of industry that was a part of. So that is how I got my Six Sigma training. I got into real estate through my mother, actually. I am known for being able to do everything. And I got a phone call. She had a closing and they were having a difficult time with it. It was with probate. Probate is when you inherit property, and the individual that inherited the property, he was an only child and was not familiar with his family line. So it was hard for him to transfer his services over in his title. So I was hired on to actually figure out who his family was, create that chain so that he could gain that ownership and sell his property. And from there, I've had a love for it. I didn't realize the real estate industry is a big industry, but as far as African Americans in the industry is a small amount, and in title is less than 0.01%. Wow. So once I realized that I was actually performing a needed service for the community, I felt like it was my duty to step in and provide this safe space. So now we're here. I'm SWAM certified. I am the only female Black-owned title company in Virginia that's SWAM certified, which means a small minority woman-owned business.
Now, for those who don't maybe understand the whole real estate process, talk about what title is and the importance of title in the real estate purchasing continuum.
I would love to. Great question. So when you purchase a home, the debt of the person or the people that own the home prior to you, up to 20 years, goes with the property, not the person. That's something a lot of people don't know. So when you purchase a home and you get title insurance, what that is a guarantee. As a title company, what we do is we investigate, we pull all the court records, we look over everything that has to do with the history of the home, and we vet it to make sure it passed down correctly. The owners are who they say they are. all debts with the property have been paid, because if not, once you own the property, now that is your debt attached to that home. And then once we do all of that research, then we provide what's called title insurance, which is a guarantee that says we've done the research, we've vetted that everything is correct and that this is a serious seller. And if by chance something is missed, because we do work on information we receive, we as the title company will insure everything, because we have said we've given you the stamp of approval to have that confidence to purchase. And it's a one-time service, but it lasts for as long as you own the property.
Right. Good. And a deal doesn't close unless title clears, right?
A deal does not close unless title clears. A clear title means that the ownership has been established and vetted.
Right. So I think two things. One, how important title and title search is to the whole real estate process, and how big the real estate industry and segment is in the country and actually in the world, and the fact that you're the only Black female certified title. It's not only impressive, but it's important and critical in terms of the influence and the impact you have on that industry. And you said you're in Virginia,
correct?
But your capabilities are only in Virginia or outside of Virginia as well?
State of Delaware, Maryland, North Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia.
So mid-Atlantic, basically, right?
Basically.
Okay.
Anywhere I can get to quickly right now.
So in your bio, you talk about some of the things, or I mentioned some of the things that you've done. Sounds like there's a lot of relationship building that has gone on in your background and experiences. And obviously, when you're in real estate, even under title, there's going to be a lot of that. Talk a little bit about how important you have found network building, relationship building to have been in your career, and in success in general.
I would say that's probably, other than my personal habits, the most singular propeller in my success has been my network. And your network, some of your network you create, some of your network comes in your life that you don't even realize they're coming as a blessing to get you over a certain position. And you'll receive some people in your network that stick for the long haul. And they're the ones that really push your narrative and what you're trying to accomplish forward. For me, being in corporate America, I found that I was in a rut of work, and then I escaped my work on the weekends. I didn't use it to create or to extend a legacy for myself. It was a mindset, and that's being in that type of network. No one was trying to break out of that mold. We were all doing the same type of things. Once I started hanging out with more entrepreneurial people, I actually sought them out. I started with a few friends that I saw had like-minded habits as myself, but they were independent entrepreneurs. And I started meeting with them like once a month and asking them, recommend books. Let's just talk. Let's just build up that energy. And just by vibing with the individuals that I wanted to emulate, it propelled me into a different mindset and shift. And then from that shift, I was introduced to more people and more people and more people, to the point where my name is in rooms I've never even been in. And when you get to that point in your network is when you're really doing something. Yeah, I would probably say that.
So talk about, and because people don't often understand how important your network is. And we will talk generically about, you need to do some networking out there. You need to network, and this is a way to grow your business. And it just sounds so trite to most folks that they think it's just about, being somewhere, shaking hands, having a talk, et cetera, et cetera. Talk about some specific things that you've used your network to do to overcome a business problem, to to take your business to a different level, or just to make sure that your business is staying on track, etc.?
Well, it's a great question. I'll use an example that we're currently working on now. Through my network that I've developed, I've been able to garner a relationship with the city of Virginia Beach, more so specifically the mayor itself. Through my network, I've been able to bend his ear and raise the red flags that have been needed to be raised within real estate. There is a probate issue that we have here, and I've been trying to create a fund that will assist the community with their probate needs. Because of the network that I've developed, I've been able to streamline that idea to something tangible. We actually hosted an event with the mayor today where we unveiled our proposal to we're going to do a disparity study in the area. And the goal is to create this probate fund so that the citizens in the Hampton Roads area can apply to eradicate and have their probate needs done. So I had a problem. I wanted to assist the community. I needed funding and I needed city assistance, and simply through my personal network, I was able to get to the right individuals in power to make the wheels turn.
There you go. The power of the network. Talk about within your relationships, because again, doing the things that you do, you're interacting with so many folks, you're building a broad, large, networking. How do you prioritize individuals within the network, or how do you establish kind of a process to ensure that each person within your network, you're touching on some frequency, so that they still feel engaged, connected, and involved?
Well, the first thing is I actually make personal relationships. When I create my network or someone that I want to be in my network, I have a mindset of I'm not here to do direct business with them. I'm here to learn about them and how I can assist and facilitate their goals. That's what I go in there with. I think my ability and my network is big because my capacity to serve is through connecting. People want to be in my network for who I know, and my ability to say, hey, Robert, here's plan A. James, here's plan A. You guys are kind of doing the same things. I think you should get together and move this narrative forward. I hope that answered your question, but that is kind of how I navigate my network. How do I prioritize? For me personally, my network shifts my circle depending on where I am and how they're moving in their circle. So as we're all moving and shaking, some of us receive roadblocks and hurdles, and some of us kind of get left a little bit behind. And when it gets to that point, you have to pivot and you have to reestablish a circle that's now moving in the frequency and the energy that you're headed into. You don't leave them behind, but you don't spend as much time in that energy circle because you're going to attract whatever is happening in that moment with them. So for me, if we're elevating and somebody kind of gets stuck in a place where they can't keep motivating forward, I just pivot. I basically just pivot. And that's my personal circle. The people that I talk to in the morning, the people that I have affirmations with. And then sometimes, to be honest, I've been left behind. It's a two-way street.
Where do they go? Where do they go?
I mean, everybody has their own roadblocks in their own industry. And,
Right.
I've seen some of my counterparts propel way past me. And I'm like, go. Right. That just goes. So that's kind of how I look at it these days. We're all friends. Anybody can call my phone in my network. I'm very personal and I show up for people. I think that's the other important thing about having a network, showing up, being supportive.
I always say, the old phrase, seek first to understand before being understood. Well, I apply that in networking for, in the way that I seek first to, deliver something, to be of value, before asking somebody for something or for their value. And I think that's an important concept. And what I heard you talking about, kind of in the process that you use, engaging yourself personally, looking for how you can help it and ways that you can collaborate. And I think that's an important piece. So
I'd also like to mention, when you're engaging with new people in your network, it's important to realize that 9 times out of 10, you will never do business with that individual. 9 times out of 10, they've already have their established lines. Unless they have a disgruntled or a bad experience, 9 times out of 10, that relationship is going to continue. But what you will receive is their referral for anybody else trying to get in, asking about, or encouraging. They're going to say, you might want to try this young lady over here. And again, put in your name in rooms that you're not in.
Right.
That's how you get to that level. So you've got to make sure you keep that mindset of you're really building a relationship. And through that, you'll receive business on other accords.
Yep. It's either they're new for referrals, or even in some cases where they can't, like I'm full up. I can't take anyone else on. They'll present to you, or this is the time is not right for me. I'll present it to you. So great point. Talk a little bit in today's world, social media. There's a lot of superficiality, and a misinterpretation of followers or friends or likes as, oh, I've got all these people in my network. Talk about, what are the ways, we want to use social media to expand our reach, etc. But what are some of the ways that we can stay genuine, sincere, authentic in building relationships in a platform, that maybe isn't as conducive to that? So talk about how you do that and how you recommend to folks to maintain authenticity through social media platforms and processes.
I think the most important thing is to know your audience and be authentic to your brand. Be okay with slow growth, organic growth. I may only get 10 new followers a week, but they're all within my industry. They're all within my area. 9 times out of 10, they're African American because they're looking for me. And they're interested. So once I get those new followers, then I'm able to, I know I'm giving them content they want to hear. Then I reach out one-on-one. Hey, can I have you over into our office for lunch? I have this event here. Can we get you in the building? I try to get them in my building. I try my best. And from there, you'll get more referrals and your network will grow more and more and more. I thought about the whole scandal with TikTok. TikTok shut down. End of the world for a lot of people. Income stopped, networking, value decreased. Their brand all of a sudden wasn't worth anything in their minds because they didn't create a solid network from there. It was superficial. It's just, I'm going to show myself. Whoever finds me entertaining and engaging is going to like and comment, but there wasn't any real connection. Versus, I know for me personally, I may have a couple thousand followers, but I want to say I've met 60 to 70%. They have my number. They can reach me. They know me. They have seen me. And that really helps because when I post or when I ask people to come out, real individuals show up because it's information and content that they're looking for.
Interesting. I had a situation the other day, a potential new client that I was, talking to about business, et cetera, et cetera. And she wanted to bring on the conversation someone that she was using in a different area to try and give her some insight as to what I was proposing, et cetera. And in that conversation, the person that she brought on said, I've been following you for a couple of years. I'm like, well, really? How did that come about? So we were having a little conversation. But to the point you're making, because they had been following me and I didn't even know it, the feedback they gave to this potential new client about my brand, how they, felt about it, what they saw in terms of why they wanted to follow me, et cetera, converted that potential client to an actual client. So I think it's speaking to what you're talking about in terms of how your network, when you're being authentic or sincere, can help you in ways that you weren't expecting or that you don't initially think about. If you're only thinking about it as I want to sell to somebody, then you don't think about it in those other ways.
Right. And I would also suggest be more informative versus selling. Be of value. Be an expert. If you really want to grow your customer base, be the expert. Be the page people wake up to see. Either it's informative or new information. I have certain things that I go to myself within my industry, and that's where I go to seek information every morning. Be that person, and your brand and your network will just carry you anywhere you want to go.
So talk about that balance, because you mentioned it a couple of times now about, not selling to someone, not promoting yourself, but being of service and help. Talk about the balance, because folks are, well, if I'm only then how are they going to ever do business with me, et cetera. Talk about how you suggest folks kind of set a balance between promotion of your brand identity, et cetera, and just being authentic about who you are and your desire to help.
For me personally, I display my everyday habits. I display successful work, closings. I display what the successful side of completion looks like in the industry. And then I couple that with being available to be informative. I'm the expert. So I show you that I get it done, but I can show you how to get it done, or I'll help you get there too. In between creating those two sets of value, you create an atmosphere in the middle where people are drawn to just do business with you. They want that experience. They want to be on that photo. They want to be a part of that success. They want to be a part of what you are and what you're building. I know so many people do business with me just because it's me. Nothing, no more, no less. And I'm not the best at what I do, but I'm authentic, I'm transparent, and I'm honest. And with that combination, you can't lose.
Right.
So it's a safe space, and it makes people want to be a part of your success story, because everybody wants to be a part of something. And to be able to say, I was a part of that, or I remember when she was there, and then that it makes people feel good. So it's creating that feel good. And that middle space is so organic. just don't sell to people. Nobody, I find when you sell, it doesn't come back fruitful. If you
Right.
just create the environment, you'll sell yourself.
Just, yeah, be of help.
Just help.
You know, again, I want to go back to the piece where you are one of, not one of many. You are the only one from your segment. So a woman of color, in a world and in an industry that's dominated by others. Talk about the things that you do on a daily basis that kind of helps you navigate that space, be confident in that space, because there are a lot of women out there who might be feeling like, oh, that's so hard. How do I do that? How do I stay positive? How do I stay confident when there's nobody else like me, when I'm the only one in the room, etc. Talk about some of the things that you do that help you maintain that confidence, help you maintain that authenticity about who you are, what you can do, etc. When maybe there are a lot of folks around who are maybe skeptical of it or who could care less about it.
I remind myself that at the end of the day, I'm here to provide a service. I'm here to help the community. And when I keep that mindset and when I move in that light, I'm going to use this word a lot, organically, the right people just fall in my lap at the right time. I've had some people in this industry 20, 30 years just sit up and say, hey, I'm going to mentor you. I like what you're doing. I called her my secret angel. I didn't realize what she did until it was done. I didn't, like, she
Right.
came in, bibbity bobbity boot, did so much stuff within my company, and then just left. And left me with a little bold gift. And it propelled me to where I went from being unknown to a force of nature because it solidified me.
Mm-hmm.
It made me more polished, professional. And when you have that feeling and look, it gives you that confidence you need to stay in that expert field. Because now you can't tell me I'm not up there with the big boys, because I've built it just like they have, if not better,
Right.
based upon the people that have come around in my network to help get me to that expert level quickly.
You spoke a couple of times earlier when you were talking about your services and capabilities as a title company. Just now when you were talking about your mentor, who did the things for you, you seem to have you have high skills, capabilities, and self-assessment, high self-awareness about what your capabilities are, where your strengths are, where your weaknesses are, etc. Talk about how you use that in kind of your everyday business interactions to be successful. And is there a process for someone to develop that effectively as a skill, as a capability within their, from your perspective, as they're going along and developing their entrepreneurship?
I think self-awareness is probably in the top 3 components necessary to be able to evolve. For me, I have no children. I'm not married, so I've had my whole life to learn and figure out who I am, what are my weaknesses, what are my strengths, when do I need to back off and let someone else step up, when do I need to take off my leadership cap and become a student. It's taken years of just me personally not lying to myself, because that's where really self-awareness comes to, is the ability not to lie to yourself and to be honest with yourself, who you are, what you are, do you have the ability to change it? Do you want to change it? And then do you take the steps to make that change? Certain things about me, I've just accepted. At this age, it is what it is. And certain things I didn't like. So I changed because I felt I could be a better version of myself. And I was putting a limit on myself by saying, this is it for me. So I would say when you're self-aware and you give yourself an assessment, follow through. Just don't play it out in your head. Execute it. If you know you're not the most powerful speaker for this topic, go partner with the person that is. If you know you're the best person for this, speak up. Take the leadership. To me, self-awareness is about knowing when to put my foot on the gas and when to put my foot on the brake. And they're both equally important, because when I put my foot on the brake, most times someone else puts their foot on the gas and it goes a lot farther than I ever would. So that would be my suggestion. As far as how you find your authenticity, just don't lie to yourself. Once you get out of that mind frame and just be honest, it's okay. You are who you are.
Right.
We all have our own baggage. We all have our own things.
And you can't make a change if you're not looking at the issue. Right.
And some things I don't care to change. It's just I'm okay with it.
So talk about, again, from the environment that you've navigated, where you've gotten to, et cetera. Talk about the moment for those who are out there who are just starting out, trying to move along their entrepreneurial journey, for women, for people of color. Talk about when you felt, I'm there, I belong, etc. That you went from the I'm trying to get there to knowing and feeling like, yes, this is my space and I'm comfortable and confident in.
I don't think, and this is just being honest, an honest self-assessment, I don't think I'll ever feel that I am comfortable in this space, because I'm always seeking knowledge and the next level, how to improve or how to make what I'm trying to do bigger and better to help more people. So I mean, that's just it. I honestly don't think you'll get there, and that's okay. It's okay to be in that unassured state. As long as you're still taking action, as long as you're still taking actions, as long as you're still moving forward. I have people tell me all the time, I have the conversations, if I had $1 for every time someone says that I'm there, I'm here, and I don't feel it, but it has to be going on because everybody around me can see it. So I just take solace in the feedback that I get from others. And that gives me the temporary, I would say, courage to step into the light when I need to do what needs to be done. That's just me personally. I'm forever the student. So I just don't have the mindset of I know it all.
So also in terms of building your business, talk about how you go about it, because again, when you're on that entrepreneurial journey, a lot of stuff going on, and especially in some of the earlier years, you're trying to build sales, build a process, yada yada. How did you go about keeping from feeling overwhelmed with all of the things that you had before you, with the objective that you were trying to achieve?
To be honest, it was my personal habits, my daily routine, the structure of my morning, how I started my day, that really impacted the tone and how I moved as I built in the early stages. Through the repetition of my morning routine, I started picking up habits of writing everything down. Everything that I did, everything that I didn't think had value at that time. And as I created that data, when I would go back, I was able to find patterns and things about me, good or bad, that I was able to use to help in my strategy to grow the business. I also, to be honest, I said my mother was a broker, so I kind of had a little legacy leg up in starting my business. So it was more so for me. I got an influx of people, again, just wanting to do business with us because who we are. Also because I entered a space that people who were looking for me. If I had $1 for every time someone says, we've been looking for a Black title company. So for me starting off, it wasn't so much the sales. I've had to work in the beginning with a cap because I wanted my experience. And as I'm learning the industry and getting this work, I didn't want my customer base to suffer. And I also wanted to make sure that I was giving a good standard of customer service, which in the beginning is basically transparency and accountability, because a lot of things are not going to go as they should. And I think through being transparent and accountable, and it got me to the point where I was able to, even though I was new in the industry, not only garner respect, but trust. The trust, I really think that's probably my sales point. Thank you. Trust. That's that's brings me my money. Bing, bing, bing. I'm trusted. And that is priceless.
Absolutely.
Good, bad, or ugly. I've had bad things happen, but the first thing I do is I make sure you're the first person you hear from. Hey, before anybody gets to you, this happened. Sorry. We take full accountability. We're going to make sure it happened, but I want to let you know this is what happened and this is what we're going to do. You're going to always hear from me first, and then you're going to have that open line of communication. So there's no issue because real adults, we all know things happen. So it's about how people handle themselves. How do they take accountability and how do they move forward? And for me, being new and carrying myself the way I did, it made me very trustworthy.
Right. And that's probably great advice. Not probably, that is great advice in all aspects of life. You know, when you hurt someone, say you're sorry. When you miss out on an obligation, a responsibility, say my fault. Here's what I need to do. So it's great advice, for folks to hear in all aspects. So thank you for that.
No problem.
I heard you talk about once, or I saw you mention in one of your intros about social equity. Talk about what you mean or how you define that, and how has that kind of impacted your business dealings, or how do you suggest that it should impact your business dealings?
Well, the beautiful thing about social equity is it follows you wherever you go. No matter what business you're in, the equity, money's calling, the equity itself, it goes with you. Social equity to me is to be valuable to other people, for them to want to know you. For me, though, the reason why they want to know you is important, because that reasoning is what's going to make you valuable. Are you the person that they want to know because they want to get into the latest club? or are you the person that they need to know to get to the next level or to the next person? And when you become that person that's known for not only having a network, but a personable network where I can say, hey, Bob, I got John over here. I need you to connect with him for me. Let's align these goals and let's get him to X, Y, and Z. When you're able to do that on a level, you become so valuable. And then again, it attracts more people to you. It attracts more people to you. And then it puts you again, your name in rooms that you don't even know exist. So for me, social equity is almost like, dare I say, an energy currency.
Interesting. Okay. All right.
My energy draws people in. I have good energy.
Good.
I'm a pretty happy person. I'm a morning happy person all day. So that good energy brings in people. People want to be around good energy. And then when you take that good energy and you're trying to help and connect others, not looking for a dime. I think that's the other thing that makes you socially equitable, is the ability to step out and not insert yourself in every deal or have to handhold, be a part of every connection that you make, that you have the ability to say, Peter, Paul, go be married. That makes you socially equitable, and that gives you, people want to be around you because they know you're genuine.
Right. Okay.
Genuine and honest. I want to say those are probably the two biggest things.
Which leads to that trustworthy again,
Yeah.
full circle. We're running out of time. So how can people reach you if they want to do business with you? You got some property they're trying to close on, want to use you as a title company. They're trying to make it in the business world as an entrepreneur, want to pick your brain around that, or use you as a mentor, et cetera. How can people reach out to you and interact with you?
Or we can always be reached. You can reach out to me personally. My email address is Anita, ANITA, at rssettlements with an s.com. You can always go to our website, www.rssettlements.com, and leave us a little feedback comment. We'll reach back out. Our office number is 757-354-4899. Or you can reach out to me on social media. IG, Facebook is RS Settlements. I'm very personable. I'm very easy to reach, and I love to help. So just reach out. We're here.
Well, I know folks have gotten a lot of info. I know I've gotten a lot of info from what you're doing, and I'm going to actually reach out on some real estate things, not in the areas that you work in. So, but for the insight that you have on it. So you can expect a call from me on that. I appreciate you being on the Black Business Expo and the info that you provided to folks, the role model that you are. And so look forward to speaking with you again.
Thank you so much, Sydney. I really enjoyed our time.
All right. And as we say, genius is common. I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Black business.
Presented to over 200 countries.
So my philosophy is that we should all be living.
Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from
Our virtual assistant.
Social media, content creators, graphic designers, software develop, like the list goes on and on. So because we're in a space where
The largest mobile app delivering break.
Many times it's fear. You know, creativity is limitless.
Has created a model
entrepreneurs and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Africa, Singapore, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am honored to present our next speaker. She is none other than Toni Harris Taylor. Get ready to be inspired by Toni Harris Taylor, also known as the Networking Queen and the Coach that Connects. Toni is a dynamic speaker, 13-time author, and founder and executive director of Global Multicultural Franchise Connectors, where she's dedicated to connecting minorities with franchising opportunities. As the owner of Drastic Results Marketing and Sales Coaching, she helps entrepreneurs elevate their brands and grow their businesses through powerful strategies in branding, networking, and speaking. A multi-unit franchise owner of Network and Action, Toni has earned numerous accolades, including Rookie of the Year, Brand Ambassador, and many others. Her journey is a testament to resilience, overcoming personal challenges, and thriving through adversity. Passionate about helping others build transformative relations, she inspires others to take bold steps towards success to achieve their biggest goals. I am happy to present to you Toni Harris Taylor.
Thank you so much, Andrea. I appreciate this opportunity. Dr. Kelly, thank you so much for continuing to keep Black business in focus for our community.
And thank you